All right, sorry. Was doing something on Discord. Yay. All right. I was going to wait until it came out, but apparently if you play through the beta, call it the beta, excuse me, the demo, you get a helmet or something. Plus your progress carries over anyway, so figured why not, right? Let's jump into it a little bit early, even though I think it comes out on Thursday, Friday, something like that. Friday, right? Something like that. In any case, let's get it, I suppose, right? Oh no. The siren song always pulling people in. I don't know. I wasn't very fond of swapping between ninja and samurai stance. It has merit, but it was, I don't know. There's something about it I didn't like when I played the alpha. This is In this demo version, you can experience the opening portion of the full game. Your save data can also be carried over to the retail version of the game. Only a portion of the game's features are available in the demo. Yes, I need to go buy the physical copy because I would assume that you could play that offline as long as you have a physical copy and the servers decide to take a shit. PSN servers, that is. This demo version is available for a limited time and online only. You must be signed into PlayStation Network in order to play. So that's what's funny because that means that if when it launches, you can be an offline play only and you don't have to be signed into PSN Network to play, right? One would hope that's how it is. I don't know. I refuse to buy anything on Steam that is not produced by Valve specifically. It's increasing the price of video games, in my opinion. To stupidly buy this game on Steam, sorry. When you can go to, what is it, Koei? Is it Koei that makes this game? I forget who makes this game. Team Ninja. Instead of going to them and buying it specifically from them, you give Steam a cut of the profit. Now, you could argue that I'm doing it on PlayStation, but I believe Nioh was PlayStation exclusive, right? Until this one. I'm sorry. Steam siphoned 20 years of funding and caused games to go up $20 in that amount of time. So excuse me for not supporting a siphon in it, unless I absolutely have to. Unless the game only comes out on Steam, I will not buy a game on Steam. I won't. I'm sorry. It is a crap platform, in my opinion. And anyone trying to justify the merit of it because all of your games are in the wrong are in the right or in the same spot, and then Steam goes down, how are you going to play your game? Bitch and complain, just like when PSN goes down. Bitch and complain about that. It's Sony's fault I can't access my game, man. It's your fault for putting all your games on a single launcher instead of putting them on a designated game launcher, or at best, at least a developer launcher. That way, if one developer's server goes down, you can still play a different game, right? But it's whatever. When enabled, either shift style or burst style will trigger it depending on whether the button is briefly pressed or held. Briefly press R2 to activate burst break, hold R2 to activate shift style. Tap versus a hold. I know that sounds right. Grapple and martial arts. Press whatever button that is next to an enemy who is out of key to activate martial instead of perform a grapple. Not sure what that is. Press and hold. Guard controls. Press and hold. Sticky settings. Trigger effect strength. Vibration. Immersive. Definitely immersive. I don't know. Sorry. The PC Master Race has destroyed video games once again and then blame it on somebody else because they're so awesome. Ride the pipe dream and keep saying it's someone else's fault. Sound effect assistance. What that is. That is. And yet again. This is always shit, will always be shit. Sorry, guys. I need to be able to customize every single key binding there is. This is bad accessibility, and I will say that on any game that does not have full key binding customizational options. Because I'd bet your ass on PC, I can map keyboard and mouse to anything the fuck I want. But I'm stuck with your bullshit A, B, C, D, E, F. Because you think that these are where everybody wants their buttons. No, I want to put specific buttons on specific places. So. But it doesn't. It's still bullshit. Sorry, guys. Console. This is the one thing wrong with console, and will always be wrong with console. It's the only reason why PC is better than console. Is this right here? I've designed the game to be played this way. This is where the buttons will be, and you can't change them. And because of that, a Pro controller is still not standardized to where they can become different key bindings to where they can be bound to anything, not just square, triangle, circle, and X. So, like I said, this is the worst thing about console there is. Presets. And key binding presets that cannot be completely altered. Right? Custom one. It will always be the wrong thing. Edit. That. If every single one of these are not key bindable, then we have an issue. Looks like they are. See, that wasn't there a second ago. Read the screen. How is that? I don't know. Seems wrong. Yeah, Koei Tecmo. Yeah, so I mean, instead of going to Koei Tecmo's website and buying it specifically from them, from their browser, you go and buy it from Steam because you're a dumbass. There's no excuse for that. Why are video games so expensive? Quit giving 30% of the profit to Steam, and then maybe they wouldn't be so fucking expensive, guys. Do you play on a Steam Deck? If you don't play on a Steam Deck, then there's no reason for you to have a game on Steam. The Steam Deck took 20 years to come out, which means they were siphoning funds for 20 years. Which caused what to happen? Games to go up in cost $20 over the last 20 years, right? Games to go from $49.99 all the way up to $69.99 and possibly $79.99 because of what? Steam's the best there has ever been. It's the worst overlay that is conflicting with all kinds of shit. You ever have problems with controller support when you launch a game on Steam? Because you have Microsoft Xbox Live popping up with a fucking overlay that causes your buttons to get skewed when you try to launch a Steam game because its overlay pops up. I don't know. If the game can only be bought on Steam and you buy the game on Steam, I can respect that. But if it can be bought anywhere else, I can't respect it. Sorry. I cannot respect that. It's a siphon that has caused video games to go up over 20 years. That means anything higher than exotic? Can't remember. I don't know. Maybe I should invest in any of that stuff. Buy a physical copy.
尽きぬ夢を人々が託す輝く石。その輝きは二つの相反する力を宿す。一つは荒ぶる破壊の力。もう一つは命を育み癒す再生の力。
Hitotsu can't be first if it's Moitotsu, which means that Hitotsu is more of a designation.
この力をめぐって人は古より戦乱の歴史を繰り返してきた。そして将軍 徳川家康によって戦乱の歴史は幕を閉じ、太平が訪れた。やがて彼の2人の孫から次なる太平の担い手が選ばれる。時は流れ、新たな将軍としての権威を内外に示す具足始めの儀式を迎えようとしていた。
Kyle was translated wrong. Let's be taken on a journey or something like that.
よろしいのですか、竹千代様。もうじき将軍におなりに。
おふく、いいではないか。絵描きの方が向いてるやもしれん。
国松様。
私は好きだがな。さて、頃合いか。
Film grade?
そこの鏡で稽古の支度を。
Technically, it doesn't matter if I remember correctly. At least if it was stylized. The fact is, anytime a new lord takes over an area, they change the name of all their retainers, I would think. Names change hardcore over time, so that in the Sengoku period is documentation of bullshit, in my opinion. Complete fucking bullshit. Let's see. We have people from 500 years reading ink blocks, thinking they know what they're talking about. Basically, actions and shit that's transpired is probably accurate, but the people and their names, probably not so much. Legends are grossly over-amplified in most cases.
竹千代様はどんな将軍になられるのでしょう。楽しみですね。
I mean, so at this point, you made it to where you're not even the same fucking character, which is kind of problematic, in my opinion. So you're not even holding true to your own storyline, so you can't even really get attached to your character because it's never the same character. That's why when I play something like Elden Ring, or not Elden Ring, sorry, Elder Scrolls, I'm a high elf. A high elf can live through every single one of those games and not worry about it. So I'm the same character through every single one of those games. Y'all aren't even dungeon mastering right. You call this an RPG. But it's okay. Names change over time. In 1100, I might be called something else. In 1300, I might be called something else. You gotta change your name if you're an immortal, because then at that point, what happens? I wonder why you keep looking the same and have the same name instead of, well, you're just a descendant that looks extraordinarily similar to that person. Then, of course, pictures become a thing, and then it's very hard to hide it, so you'd have to hide your digital footprint after that. Hey. Same appearance for both styles. It's hilarious. I don't know. I'm not fond of the style selection. I can't stand it. I think the macro palette switching was a good construct. I do not think that applying a stance specific to it was a very good idea. Sorry. You've taken what was very good about Nioh, which was the stance swapping combat. I mean, it was so good that when you put it in Dynasty Warriors 8 Empires, it made that game a lot better. And then you're like, well, we're gonna add something new, which I'll give credit with making the ninjutsu have cooldowns and stuff. That's fine. And it made it more accessible and not so much as trying to go all in on jutsu so you can melt the boss with the limited jutsu you had. So, but the fact that it's its own thing and has a completely different way of playing and moving, no, I'm against that. Being able to add and combine the two would have been way better. The movement on ninja is completely different than the movement on samurai, and I think that's bullshit. Just my opinion. Because at that point, Nioh should have its own stance as well, and it doesn't. So it's like, you can be a samurai and you can be a ninja, but you can't be an Onmyo, which is kind of fucking stupid if you ask me. Sorry, I mean, there should be 3 stances, not 2. Like I said, it's an interesting idea and it has merit for macro stance switching, but actual, macro palette switching, but actual stance switching, not so much.
貧弱な将軍に民は従わぬぞ。鍛錬は怠っていないか。
I mean, it'd be nice if it quit making that noise as soon as I got to 20, so I think it's still going. Because I'm looking elsewhere. I don't know, your proportions are out of whack. I mean, look at the shoulders compared to the chest. I mean, that's a pretty predominant chest cavity versus the shoulders. And it could be because the chest is taped down that it's throwing it completely off, but it doesn't look right. It looks wrong. It looks completely wrong. Like I said, the fact that you don't have an Omnio stance it's half-assed. In my opinion, it's half-assed. You've taken the Omnio stance and the soul cores and you threw them together, which makes no sense. It makes absolutely no fucking sense whatsoever. None. I mean, you're trying something completely new when what worked before was fine. Everyone was just waiting for another expansion. Didn't give a shit. New armor to go get, a new gear threshold. I mean, that's all this shit is. It's the same thing. I don't know. There's such a thing as less is more, especially if you don't go all the way. Like, Why can't I see how tall she actually is? Like 0. Why isn't it in centimeters or inches or something like that, right? I have no idea how tall this is. None. No idea how tall this is. How do I get to the top? I'll be able to channel. Oh, I can always adjust it later. What does the L2 button do? Or yeah, what does the L2 button do in this thing? Absolutely nothing. Like I said, I don't have size comparison. I don't have. Well, the hand is this long, and the face is this long. And this is how tall people are. It's just a stupid fucking slider that has absolutely no. Those shoulders are really fucking nasty. Really bad. The shoulders are really bad. Because they're taped down, man. Anyone that does this makes absolutely no fucking sense to me. They are taped the fuck down. Look at the proportions of that shit. It's disgusting. If she had this big of a chest, she would have to have this big of a fucking head, and she'd have to be this fucking tall. Right? Something like that. She looks like what? A gaki. You're making a gaki. That's what it sounds like to me. She definitely would have to be very fucking tall to have that big of a chest. This is fucking absurd. There's no reason to probably go past about right there. None whatsoever. And even that's too big. Because you're probably looking at about right there. Y'all have no sense of proportion if you do this. None whatsoever. You're disgusting to me. Plus no concept of what's actually happening here. Her chest is bound, which means that no matter how big it is, it would look like this. Probably. Maybe like that. Because her chest is wrapped. That's right there. When you can start seeing the under boob, that's when it's too big. Her head's too big now. Because I was messing with it. You have? Great. The head must be a completely different.
将軍になるのであれば、その眼光にも威厳を備えねばな。
You'll half-ass the body. I can't fucking stand that. You half-ass the body. You completely half-ass the body. And I would have to assume it has a lot to do with rigging the armor pieces that you wear. You can't get too elaborate with that because it'll fuck up with rigging, right? Something like that.
お串を整えさせていただいた竹千代様がついに服は感無量でございます。気合は武家のたしなみ。さあ、こちらを向いてくださいませ。せって
That's interesting. I'll give you credit for that. Only two? I want to spin it backwards, clockwise, but you won't let me spin it clockwise. You only let me pull it up, down, and shrink it. That's it. You won't let me actually spin it. That's not right. They need to be spun a little bit backwards, towards the back of the head. The tips need to be spun towards the back of the head, and I don't know. Doesn't matter. You can't do that. That's fine. Must be blind or something. That apparently was a thing, they said. We don't know how accurate that is. That blue-eyed samurai say that they used to, in the Edo period, they used to dye their teeth black with charcoal. I don't know if that's true or not. y'all still need a comparison button. It's like I need to pick this one and then compare. Like there needs to be a comparison button. I mean, and that's the best you got. You can go in here and you can go down to here and you can be like, you pick this one and then you go to this one and then you turn it off. You go back to this one and you turn it off. Like, you need a comparison button. Every game needs a fucking comparison button. It's like, well, I like this one. This one's alright. I mean, we have to find a workaround to compare shit properly. Trying to zoom in. Y'all need a T-pose. Y'all need a T-pose. Y'all, like, every single character creation needs a T-pose so we don't have this idle animation movement throwing off our fucking depth perception while we're trying to sculpt an actual proportionate body. You wonder why when you get into the game after you think you've completely designed the perfect character and then all of a sudden it looks really fucked up. Because you've been trying to design a character that's moving instead of one that's statically not moving. When they rigged this character and when they made up all of this shit, their character was T-posed, not fucking moving in an idle animation. We don't get the same fucking luxury in character creation, which makes absolutely no fucking sense. Not to me, at least. I mean, it's like, you have the pose in here somewhere, right? Where's the fuck is that? Is it here? When I saw it, right here. Back to normal, man. I don't know, I could have sworn there was something that made me run and walk and stuff like that. Really, I was paying attention. Completely forgot about that. Shoulders, man. Shoulders are way too fucked, man. Look at that. The shoulders are nasty. It's proof the shoulders are fucked. I have to lower the chest cavity so fucking much because the shoulders are fucked. And unfortunately, because the tape, the chest is fucking taped, I can't. Give me a fucking silhouette, man. Give me a silhouette, a nude silhouette. You'll never see it. That's true. I'll always be wearing armor, but the problem with that is you say you'll never see it, but how fabric and material lays over the human body, if a proportion of the nude body is off, every piece of fucking armor you wear will be slightly fucking off, and I'll notice it. Other people won't. Why? Because they don't truly give a shit about fine details, right? They're the ones that like to make the boobs extraordinarily too fucking big, and then the head really fucking small, and then let's just make it to where they're so outlandishly not accurate that, you know, even the Hunchback of Notre Dame looks fucking proportionate compared to the shit they come up with when you give them unbridled access, right? Her shoulders are way too broad. They're way too broad. Way too fucking broad. Shit I'm talking about. Once I hit 20, it should stop making that noise. It should not make that noise anymore after 20. It does. Wow, when I made it back to 0? Alright. Clearly they have some understanding of proportion. Like I said, T-pose. She's not standing straight. One leg is further in front of the other, so it's throwing off depth perception. In a T-pose, her legs would be exactly lined up with each other. She wouldn't be fucking breathing, causing everything to slightly... She's shifting her weight, too. So one leg looks longer than the other because one's closer. And I can only adjust all of the leg. I can't adjust the calf, can't adjust the thigh. I mean... I don't know. It's half-assed because it's a fucked up system to work with, I think. It's there, and that's the only good thing is it's there, because that means that in any new installment they add, whether it's Dynasty Warriors or whatever, it's there. They can amplify it and extend upon it because it's there. But like I said, this shit right here, I need to know how tall that actually is. Is that fucking 5? Is that 158 centimeters? Is that 300 centimeters tall? How the fuck tall that is? I don't know how tall that blade is in the background. Right? Those, I mean, are those odachis? And odachis are made specifically for each person. Like, swords are made for each specific height. They're not just a standard fucking size. I mean, you know, we're talking about people that go so in depth with cultural and historical merit, and then on this, the physical merit of shit, they just fuck it. Who cares? We'll kind of put it in there, but not the right way, which is the complete way, right? Confused. When I click on symmetrical, it doesn't look like symmetrical. I'm just being honest. Why the fuck was that on too? You find that funny, do you? We're gonna make a preset and then put one of the eyebrows intentionally higher than another. We'll call that unique because no human face is completely symmetrical. And I'm like, are you full of shit? Or did you use AI to fucking draw it? Because there's no way in hell that if you actually physically made this one piece at a time, like you were drawing a piece of art, both of those eyes would be level. You already have the imperfection of human beings designing it, that we don't need the extra flamboyancy of this. But I digress. This one's probably more accurate, but the anime person in me wants to go with this one there because it's slightly bigger. Those aren't bad either. So yeah, I would probably go with these over these. These aren't bad either. I wouldn't look for either. Can you adjust the inner iris? Or is it just that's the way it's going to be? Do you? I think it's I don't know. I played the alpha. I haven't played this yet. I'm just complaining about nitpick shit. It wasn't bad. I mean, it doesn't surprise me you missed stuff. I mean, they said that there was 5 hours worth of content just with the demo alone or something like that. And when I played the alpha, it was pretty ginormous. Nice. Yeah, I would hope so. I mean, the fact that they did the survey at the end of the alpha was a good survey. Anyone that didn't fill that out, they should have. Oh, really? Is that like wandering around and finding all the treasure boxes or stuff, or is that just playing straight through it? Well, I know it's zoned world. I mean, to say it's open world, I guess sort of. If it's anything like the alpha, I mean, that was a really big zone to be running around in, that's for sure. So yeah, I mean, if you're gonna go around exploring, yeah, and I was just curious if the 5 hours was exploring every nook and cranny of the area, or was it just, you know, getting lost and immersive while you're trying to play through the game, or if it was actually like stamp collecting everything or not. Oh, really? That's a good, I mean, that's a good sign. It means it improved drastically for sure. I thought the demo was okay. I'm not fond of the stance switching. I didn't like how they swapped macro the macro. I didn't like that. I'm sorry. I don't like the fact that specific weapons were ninja, specific weapons were samurai. You couldn't run around with your stance switching on ninja. I didn't like it. It's a thing, and sure, it's good to have jutsu at the ready with cooldowns and stuff. So I mean, it takes getting used to, but I didn't like the transition. That's what I was talking about earlier, is because at that point Nioh should have its own stance as well, and it doesn't, and I think that's kind of bogus. I mean, because in hindsight, it's a good archetype, because that means that you can have a palette swap for your jutsu, meaning that all your gear is jutsu related, and then you can swap back to your samurai gear, so all of your combat prowess is like, it's more. I mean, now you have to build up two best in slots. Basically, you have more gear you can look for. So for farming purposes, it's an improvement. But like when you were jumping around with ninja, like the movement on ninja was just so much better than samurai, and it was a little discouraging. Oh, really? I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that, but I'll find out soon. Sounds interesting though. It's got to be the saturation. Which one is it? I think I have that backwards. Can I copy a color? I should be able to, right? Okay, it's like, all right. This color was wrong. Actually, that might be too bright. Right enough. Oh, I messed something up. To make sure I was looking at the right eye. Alright, hold up a second. I'm so confused at what's happening. Make it brighter. Nice. See, it's like the iris, like, I don't know, man. This shit should be switched in. This right here needs to be put into multiple categories because I want the iris of this one, but I like the fucking outline and the pupil of this one. So it's like you have them switched. I'm gonna have to go with this one because it's more overall better, but I like the iris of this one better than this one. I like the pupil and the outline of this one, but I don't like the iris of this one. I like the iris of this one. This might be a little too big. I don't know. Okay. Crap. Quit looking at me, madam. I need to figure out something. Gotcha. Something. Always expecting great things. Overwhelming. Overwhelming. Alright. Now. Shit. What am I looking at here? I don't know. I don't understand what I'm looking at. I sort of understand. Alright, actually, if I do this. I can position it a little bit better. Shit. Alright, let's try this again. I like that. What's this? Oh no. Oh, we don't want it. Oh, we're gonna a little, not a lot. Something like that, maybe. Oh, that probably wrong. This. How does this go to? Let's plane it forward. Alright, it's almost pointless. Barely tell what I'm doing because she keeps fucking moving. There, that's fine. I'm just gonna leave it like that. I can't. She keeps moving, which is affecting how the shadow's hitting, and y'all think that's a wise decision to leave an idle stance animation pose in this shit. Fucking stupid. Sorry, it's fucking stupid. There's no there's a character fucking creation screen. It's fucking stupid. I'm gonna breathe and then shift my weight. It's fucking stupid. While somebody's trying to proportionate something out. It's okay because we put the lighting differences in here. Sure. See the shadows moving? But any case, so the problem is if I shrink it down that far, I'm gonna actually have to lower the height, right? Are you upset with me? It looks like you're upset with me. What did I do? And I don't know. I'm gonna have to come and adjust this after I mess with the lips. I need to pull something in. This. Not this. This. I can't fucking tell, I can tell you that much. What the fuck am I looking at? Maybe it's because you have no hair. Alright, so what we need to do is, once we get done with this, we need to see which one's the lowest, which would be chin depth. We need to lower everything by like 4 points. about right. It's still a little thick, but it's fine. Seems wrong. Seems wrong. More bullshit that I can't fucking. I don't know, lady. I don't. I don't understand what the fuck I'm looking at. Clearly blind. I have no idea what I'm doing. Eyelid tap. Very difficult. I don't. What's wrong? How the fuck is the hair color? Oh, I can't read this. What are you doing, cat? Did I say you can get in my lap? Did I say you can rub on my face? Okay. Why are you biting me, cat? Pay attention to me, human. Can't you see I'm doing something and you were distracting me, kitty? We must love the kitties because it's very rare for kitties to love us back. They do it by choice. They're not domesticated like dogs, right? Yeah. No, like I said, I was very happy to see this character creation make it into uh, Dynasty Warriors Empire, just like the combat system. They made it less. Just keep pressing the X button over and over and over again, and you win eventually. Oh, hey, do this as well. Swap. Dynasty Warriors Empires 8 was a very good game. Very good game. I'm waiting on Dynasty Warriors 9 Empires for the Empire series. It's about whichever one's the longest, right? I'll not zoom out any farther than that. Actually, that's a little too black. This is how much it's taking up, right? I don't understand why you put the tips on the back of the head. Funny thing about red hair, it's just a shade of brown. I don't get it. Wait, can you? Maybe you can. Hold on. Person. Why are you standing like that? Switch that. You should not be standing like that. Why are you standing like that? Let me guess. You're still only turning them clockwise instead of counterclockwise, right? You should spin one direction for one stance and the other direction for the other. To constantly keep spinning only one direction kind of bullshit. That seems off for some reason, I'm not sure why. Last time worked. No matter what I do. Alright. Gotta be more there. I don't know, there's a point where it's pointless. In my opinion. suppose that's true. Well, we can do that. Can you not flip it? Maybe it's because of where it's sitting out on the head. This needs fucking work. I can tell you that right now. It needs work. needs to be at least a flip function. Technically I need 4 markings and this shit doesn't rotate right. I can't even do it straight up and down. So that's fucking stupid. Is what it is. It's fucking stupid. Fucking stupid. Technically that's strong, so it's more of other way around. Wait a second. Okay, I see where I'm missing. Okay. I don't know. Like I said, it'd be hard. It'd have to be this one. because realistically I'm going to state out loud discrepancies. It's called speaking freely. I'm not saying I would disagree with what you do, but I would openly condescend it if it's not accurate, which this would be the exact opposite, meaning that one would hold their tongue instead of lose it possibly. So that's the difference. To serve obediently and quiet, like I don't know. You're gonna say this is samurai and this is ninja and you're full of shit. This is about fealty and this is about endurance, and we're gonna have an argument to this day about twisting the logic over time and then saying it's accurate. I'd go with this one, but it'd be a contradiction with how I just told you how this system is fucked up. There's nothing quiet about it. Am I doing something wrong here? I don't like how that does that. Why can't it stay in the same spot at the same size? It's not like I'm changing. I don't know. That shouldn't do that. It's not memorizing where I have things set. It's a more apt character to use. And it seems contradictory, but technically it's not. It's contradictory is how it's evolved over time into a standardization that's bastardized the classical representation of origin. I mean, you practically, if what Grok said is true, like if it's actually what Grok said is relevant, right? And this has turned from a noble person into a slavery type thing. People doing it because they have to, not because they want to. And this one right here has turned into a less scrupulous understanding of endurance. Like a feral meaning or some shit like that. These have been tainted over time. But it's fine. This means it went online, right? I need to take a break real quick. I'll be back in a moment. All right. Something about the lips I'm not liking.
行くぞ。道場で宗則を待たせている。
I think the walking animation needs work. Just my opinion.
具足始めの儀が済めば新たな将軍の誕生か。まさか病弱な竹千代が将軍になるとはな。
奥で宗則殿がお待ちです。
来られましたな。では早速稽古で扱う獲物を選ばれよう。いかなる獲物でも熟達すれば大きな力を発揮できましょう。まずは手に馴染むものを選ばれるのが良いですな。
よく吟味せよ。持てる力を全て出せねば稽古にならんからな。
その獲物を選ばれるのですな。
ずっずっ
おお、その獲物を選ばれるのですな。
Really depends on what I'm doing. If I'm out in the open, yes. If I'm in an enclosed space like this, no, I would use a sword.
おお、
私はこれにするとしよ
それでは手合わせを始めましょう。お互いに礼。相手をしっかりと見据えねば攻撃も当たりませぬ。国松様にご注目くだされ。
う。具足始めの前だからといって手加減はせんぞ竹千代。
国松様に打ち込むのです。速い攻撃は先手を取りやすく、強い攻撃は気力を削りやすい。お忘れなきよう。
The fact
攻
that
撃
key,
の後に斬新を行うことで気力を早く回復
key
できま
pulse
す
and
ぞ。
guard should be on the same button. It should be on the same button. The fact that they're different, but the exact same animation makes no sense. It's a waste of a key binding. It is a waste of a key binding. So y'all didn't even give a shit about that type of feedback. Means you're set in your ways and you don't give a shit. The same fucking shit.
ずっ
Waste of a key binding.
悪くない立ち筋だ。
Because I can't swing while I'm holding
次は
guard.
こちらから行くぞ。
相手の攻撃から身を守ることも忘れてはなりませんぞ。時にかわし、時に受け止め、反撃の機を伺うのです。攻撃を仕掛けるほど己の技が研がれていくのを感じるかと。
You're trying to treat it like it's a race car game. One's a brake, one's an accelerator. You're trying to treat it like it's a race car game. It's not a race car game, guys. Waste of a key binding. So sorry, it's a waste of a key binding. That's like that's to the same degree of putting reload and interact on a different button.
渾身の武技を放てましょう。
instead. Which means you could technically make it to where you could block as you're key pulsing just in case, but that's not how you've designed it. Now you've designed it to where you're going to be a split second off if you're key pulsing when you need to guard. Instead of putting them on the same fucking button.
Omigoto! 己の技を研ぎ、渾身の武技を放つ。そして攻撃の後には斬新。
And get smacked in the face because you're not blocking during that moment. Because you're going to be getting your ass beat by more than one guy. That's why it needs to be on block, because you're not going to be fighting just one enemy all the fucking
では
time.
仕上げと参りましょう。攻めと守りを駆使して国松様を打ち倒すのです。
今日こそは私を打ち負かしてくれるのだろうな。さあ来い。
If you had key pulse and block on the same fucking button, I would have blocked that shit while still being able to key pulse. But y'all are so content on having a turn-based fucking system that you can exploit frame data on and gimmick a win off of that it completely distorts the fluidity of battle.
そこまで。今回は竹千代様の勝利ですが、国松様、とうとう一本取られてしまいましたの。
油断しただけだ。次はこうはいかんぞ。
面用な。
What does it lead to? It leads to people baiting out stupidity and just rolling away from you in PvP. There's no reason to take the initiative if there's an inherent flaw in some part of the game design that can be exploited. The system is not overpowered because in an endurance fight, you're going to lose focus and you're going to maybe not make a mistake, but you're not going to be on time every single fucking time. So you're going to be slightly off, which is a mistake in itself, even if you know what you're doing.
まだかようなところに城はあやかしの手に落ちましたぞ。
我らが結露を開きます。地下の抜け道へ。
あやかしだと？一体何が起きている？竹千代、心して進むぞ。
So now you have my sprint on L3 where you could have put it on R1 so I don't get stick drift by having to keep constantly pressing the fucking button every time I want to sprint. This should be keepable. Should be keepable. I think the movement speed's too fast. It's like I'm gliding on the environment. That's just the style of games.
新たな将軍が決まる日にかように恐ろしきことが起こるとは。
That's right. You don't get 2 weapons anymore. Fucking switch to samurai stance, which has a completely different weapon set than ninja stance, so it's whatever. It's a change that I'm not happy about, no.
お気をつけください。城内の至る所にあやかしがおります。竹千代様、国松様、この命に変えてお二人はお守りいたす。次から次へと落ち着いて敵の動きに集中するのです。
Y'all aren't trying to make a better game, you're trying to make the same game different.
こやつは骨が折れそうだ。気を緩めるな。
That was a bit anticlimactic, just being honest.
今の剣は一体ただならぬ力を感じる。
It's a demon slaying blade, it's always flips over some shit like that, I can't remember. Oh. You'll copy everybody else's shit and then try to say it's your own. It's my retelling of whatever, right?
どうにかしのぎましたが、久方ぶりの実戦は答えますな。じきに新たなあやかしが現れるでしょう。お二方とも今すぐこの場を離れるのです。我が父、関秀才は天狗が返じた巨石を立ち割ったという。ならば。
That was immersive breaking. Sorry.
この先、中弱門を越えたあたりに井戸があります。そこから地下へとお逃げくだされ。拙者はしんがりとしてあやかしどもを防ぎまする。ご心配召さるな。片付け次第すぐに追いつきます。
わかっ
That
た。
was completely immersive breaking.
感謝するぞ、宗則。 竹千代、先に進もう。
竹
Completely
千代様
immersive again.
無事を祈っておりますぞ。あなたなら必ずや立派な将軍となれるはずです。
Because at that point, you could have easily had it to when I stabbed that yokai, defeating it, it could have ran into that fucking wall, completely broken it, and it would have been way more cinematic than what you did, and it wouldn't have been as immersive breaking as him doing that to the wall.
竹千代様、あなた
宗則のやつ
Half-assed. Sorry.
傷を負っていながら無理をしよって。あやつの意志無駄にはできん。必ず生きてここを抜けるぞ。
もうここまであやかしが。この城はおしまいだ。
Is it the sprint button or is it the crouch button? Which is it? It's the crouch button if I'm standing still. See, that's the fucking problem. Like, it should be its own button. And you have a free button that you could use if you would just put key pulse on fucking L1 instead of R1. So I can't sprint and crouch at the same time. I have to stop and then I crouch. That's immersive braking that's not very fluid. I mean, even at that point, I mean, shit, you should just make it, because at that point it should just be when I get here, I automatically crouch, just like that, so it doesn't matter. Right? So, the fuck, what's the point of it? There's not. Another reason why it's stupid key binding controller support. Whether it's mouse and keyboard, doesn't fucking matter. The difference between mouse and keyboard is they have a fuck ton more to use. Which means what? It means you can have some bullshit key bindings wherever the fuck you want, and excessiveness because you have extra keyboard space that you can put stuff on. Right? We have a jump.
我ら忍びの衆でさえ壊滅寸前に陥るとは。この先何が起こるか分かり申せぬ。教えた忍びの技を今一度確認しましょうぞ。これで身なりも心構えも忍びそのもの。だが忍びの獲物をお持ちでないご様子。致し方ない。倒れた我が配下のものを一つ借りましょう。選ばれたならばお声掛けを。
That is the stupid part of it. was really hoping you gave me Tomfas, but you didn't. It's the one I'm going to have to deal with.
敵だ構えよ
来たか忍びの早き動きで敵を翻弄し鋭く攻め込む
See, it's fucking. You've taken the way you play the game and you've completely broken it into pieces, and it's shit. It's shit. It's fucking shit. Because that means if I'm playing with somebody, I'm always in ninja stance if I don't have fucking aggro. And when I'm not, and when I do have aggro, I'm in samurai stance. It's fucking stupid. I'm sorry, it's fucking stupid. But you know, this is the beginning of the game, so realistically, until you get to the end of the game where you have all bullshit unlocked, so it's not bits and pieces of an actual experience, because, you know, the bare bones are designed that way to be shit, until you figure out what you learn, how you learn it, and then exploit the game in whatever way you feel that can be exploitable. I think it's stupid, I'm sorry. The only thing that's good that's come out of this is the fact that your jutsu is on a different... That's the only thing that's good that's come out of it. The fact your jutsu is on a different fucking palette, that's it. And that you have gear sets that you can swap between, meaning your jutsu is always going to be powerful when you are on ninja stance.
忍びがあれば忍術も使える敵と
So
の
that's
場合
it.
を制し
Breaking it into systematic, I do more damage behind an enemy as a fucking ninja, or I can't purify unless I'm on fucking samurai, that shit is fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid. You've just created an archetype of mid-max meta exploitation. Only problem is now you have to be in a specific mode to do it, which means you're trying to pass it off as active thinking when it's just muscle memory at that point that's exploitable once you memorize it. You've done nothing except change the archetype. Like I said, that's a good thing. They're on a cooldown, and as you fight, they refill over time, so you don't have to keep going back to a shrine to get the shit back. Like, there are good things about this system that are better than the other. But realistically, branching it out to where one thing does something another one can't, that shit is bullshit. That is complete fucking bullshit. So you've just made the tank and the DPS, and you're gonna eventually make the bullshit fucking healer, which is Nioh. That's what the fuck you're going to do. You're slowly turning this into a fucking holy trinity, which is obsolete fucking shit that should not even exist anymore, but still does. And you'll wonder why it's so hard to balance the fucking game. Because you've turned it into a rock, paper, scissors thing, which means you can't balance them properly. I don't have enough buttons to separate the controls. Sitting here trying to teach me how to play fucking ninja, right? And he's only aggroed on fucking me. So why would I play as anything but a samurai right in this fucking moment? Oh, that's right. I'm supposed to burst counter that shit, turn into a ninja, and then gank his fucking ass, right? Systematic exploitation that y'all pass off as how you're supposed to play the game. And you wonder why it becomes stealth at some point.
あやかしの気配は未だ消えませぬ。ここに残るはわしのみで結構。お二方は先へ。
その傷ついた体で、しかも一人ではあやかしを食い止められまい。私もここに残る。共にこの城を守るぞ。何？竹千代は一人で大丈夫だ。主を信じよ。
なれど、いや。論じておる暇はありませんな。仕方ない。はしごを下ろすゆえ、しばしお待ちを。
Like I said, it's a good thing for the macro palette swapping, but other than that, it's complete shit. It's complete fucking shit. Switching between loadouts, that's what it's good for. Other than that, it's shit. Sorry. It's fucking shit. I should have picked the Odachi then.
忍びの技、くれぐれもお忘れなきよう。無事を祈りますぞ、若。
一人では心細いじゃろう。わしが友をしてやるぞ。半蔵のことなら心配はいらぬ。わしの姿が見えずとも数々の戦を生き延びてきたからな。
I can't help but be agitated by somebody's arrogance of thinking this is actually good. It's okay. Good? No. Because it gets to a point where I'll be able to dash in the air as a ninja, but not as a samurai, and that shit pisses me the fuck off. There's no hybrid to be had. It's just archetypes. Fucking stupid ass game design. Mid-max meta shit. I can't fucking stand it.
下に続く井戸とはあれのことじゃな。はれ、思い切って飛び込んでみよ。
秀吉公のごとくあやかしを持って天下を狙う者が現れたのか。国松様は誰と話しておられるのだ。誰もいやしないのに。
I mean, isn't there a point where I can run up walls and shit in the bitch too?
この国に大きな戦乱をもたらした霊石、もう二度と使われるようなことがあってはならぬ。
結界を張ります。早くこちらへ。国松様、そのお姿は。
That's cheesy. Sorry.
主のために果てたのだ。本望であろう。
なぜだ、国松。
将軍になるのは私だ。将軍の座は私のものだ。
Press R1. Pressed R1 instead of pushing right.
2、両、と、しゃ、かい、じ、列、在、ぜ。
そろそろ終わりにしよう。
将軍とはそうまでしてなりたいものか。
行け。なりたくないとだろう。貴様にとって将軍とは何なのだ。答えられぬか。貴様には一生わかるまい。
ここは一体お主の守護霊草薙の力じゃろうか。草薙が何か問うておるようじゃな。
This is shit I'm talking about right here.
ぎの姿が不思議じゃな。お主の願いが草薙の力を引き出したのかの。お主ならばあまたの守護霊と心を通わせ力を使いこなせるやもんな。不思議な場所であったの。また来ることがあるやもしれん。
Nioh 2 is better. I'm not saying that this can't be as good, but Nioh 2 is fundamentally better.
我らの囲みを脱した模様。
すでに巣穴は塞いだぞ、子供きめ。追い込め。武田の旗印が並んでおったな。とうに滅びたはずじゃが、それに見たか、あのまがまがしい光。国松についておったのと同じ輝きぞ。
That's like I said, it's not that it's bad, it's I don't know. It's hard to explain why it's Nioh 2's better than Nioh 1. Because people will disagree. Like I said, the macro palette switching of this is great. Making it to where you can only use specific weapons on Samurai and Ninja and different gear and stuff, I don't know. I disagree with that. Making them two different stances, Ninja can dash in the air, stuff like that, I don't agree with that. It's like I said, it depends. Until the little bit I've played during the alpha and what I've played here doesn't seem like they've changed anything. So until you can get to the end game to where you have access to all skills and everything like that, technically I can't really say much, but like I said, separating out archetypes like that, you're creating a holy trinity, and I never agree with it. You have a DPS, which is going to be Ninja, you have the tank, which is going to be Samurai, and then they're eventually going to do the Omio, which is a fucking healer, and it's disgusting. In my opinion, it's disgusting. Sorry. There's something wrong with that ideology. I said, the macro palette switching is great. I can swap to ninja gear when I need to use jutsu. When I need to actually tank something, I can switch to samurai gear. But like I said, when it gets to the skills and stuff like that, to where you're I don't know. It's gonna take time. Yeah, but it's still kind of bullshit, because if you're playing with somebody, like I said, it's made it to where if you're tanking, you're on samurai, and if you're not tanking, you're on, like I said, if you have aggro, you're on samurai, and if you're not on aggro, you're on ninja, because it does more damage. So if I'm playing with you and you have aggro, I'm going to be on ninja behind its ass, beating the shit out of it, and then as soon as it turns, I'm going to switch to samurai stance. I don't like that. And I'm more fond of the stance switching than the button mashing of ninja playstyle. That's like old school Dynasty Warriors. Keep tapping the shit out of the X button and then occasionally press triangle. I don't like it. The stance transition made more sense, and they've strayed from that concept.
「先ほどといいまた違う場所に飛ばされたんじゃろうか。今は思案しても答えは出ぬであろう。先に進もうぞ。」
Because if Nioh 2 is any example of how scaling is going to happen late game, you're not going to ever be able to play as ninja anyway, because even when you were going down the floors or whatever the hell it was called in hell, you had to have heavy armor. So it's going to get to a point to where your poise is going to matter, and the ninja's not going to be playable. Change what? Apparently he didn't like the lights. Yeah, I'll need to add a mantle to the game, honestly. Oh, I did that as well. The tapping it doesn't change my stance, I have to hold it.
やはり徳川と武田が争うておる。目を疑うわい。にわかには信じがたいが、はるか昔に時が戻ったとしか思えぬ。するとここは戦国の世。敵は武田信玄ということかの。
missed that when I was looking at the settings earlier. Oh, it must not have been on the settings I was in. I guess I had to be in game for that to pop up. Of course it's called.
脳天を射抜けば敵も一撃よ。しんがりは任せな。
But the bow is the same thing. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Said, why isn't there a mantle in this
これ
game?
が音に聞こえた武田の赤備え。敵が多すぎる。援軍のあてもないのに、これでは。
And thanks for letting me know about the auto pickup. My bad, I forgot to say that.
全部持ってかれちまった。戦のない世なんて夢物語か。 しくなっちまったのか。敵の中にあやかしが。
They already hit. Really? That went down.
Nioh、徳川の陣地に武田勢が向かっておる。まだ誰かが戦っておるのじゃろうか。であれば捨ておけん。急ごうぞ。
How did that miss me?
足りぬ。もっと輝く石よ。 ながら見事な槍さばき。家康には過ぎたるつわものよ。殿に合流せい。ここはこの平八郎が押しとどめる。このトンボ切りのある限り一人をここは通さぬ。
A lot of quick hammer cutting, man.
武田切っての赤備え、この山形を阻むとは。命知らずにも程があるわ。狸の配下、そっくり叩き落としてくれようぞ。己が無謀を悔やむがいい。
Surprised they let me have that.
首叩き落としてくれようぞ。己が力量見誤ったな。狸の配下、そっくり
叩き落としてくれようぞ。赤備えに敵はなし。狸の配下そっくび叩き落としてくれようぞ。己が無謀を悔やむがいい。
Fuck ever.そっくび叩き落としてくれようぞ。己が無謀を悔やむがいい。 I love how his fucking all of his moves have such extraordinary amount of poise that you can't interrupt. This fake ass active based combat system that's actually turn based. Active turn based combat. Passed off as active action fucking combat. Wow, that's impressive. I need to work on your fucking hitbox on that one. If he's in an attack, he's got fucking massive fucking poise. So the only time I can stun him is if he's not in animation.
叩き落としてくれようぞ。己が無謀を悔やむがいい。己が力量見誤ったな。
Nice button.
暗記の配下。
Button
そっくり
timing.
叩き落としてくれようぞ。
There's nothing. This is not difficult. It's fumbling over buttons, is what it is. You're still learning button muscle memory mixed with timing. Mixed with, you know, being too greedy with your stance and shit like that. It's a bunch of poking in a turn-based fucking system that's passed off as active combat. It's a bullshit system. I'm sorry. It's a bullshit system.
暗記の配下。そっくり叩き落としてくれようぞ。
Because it's an overly powered CPU that you have to wait your turn to actually fucking do something. That's why it's a bullshit. I mean, that should have dodged and it didn't. I thought I actually would have to move up. I should have just stood there and burst attack. I mean, this dodge, man, doesn't seem like a fucking dodge. And the fact that you take so much guard damage is fucking stupid. So it's next to impossible to iframe dodge right. And when you block this shit, it does so much damage that you can't do anything. It does so much guard damage that you can't fucking do anything.
短期の配下そっくみ叩き落としてくれようぞ
You don't know how to design a fucking game. It's that simple. Y'all think you do, but you don't. I mean, I'm having to dodge after the fucking fact. Counterintuitive ass fucking gameplay. You're not going based off of what you're actually reacting to. You're waiting for a specific moment that isn't actually reaction. Of course, he's not fucking done yet. Because he's got god-awful amount of fucking stamina. And that didn't even fucking stun you, so it's whatever.
さすがは赤備えに恥じぬ武者ぶりじゃ。お主、今こそ草薙をみんなとし、一気に攻め立てよ。
Saying they're not the same devs. It's clear as day to see with mechanically how it's
い
changed.
ずれ武田の妨げになろう
That's true. I wouldn't doubt it. But like I said, what I'm complaining about has nothing to do with the current devs.
それがしは
It has to
徳
do
川
with
家臣
the
本田忠
bullshit ideology of Soulsborne
貴で
type
見ぬ
games.
顔だがどこの手のものだ
Nioh is a better version of it because it's more
徳川
more
名は
active,
竹千代
ほう
less sluggish.
かような逸材が眠っておったとは嬉しいごさんよ
But it's still a very shit. Wait your turn and time shit perfectly in an endurance fight that takes 30 fucking minutes and hope to God you don't make a mistake in that amount of time because it's game over.
武田信玄戦国最強とも噂される あの甲斐の虎がついに牙を剥いた。
I'm playing on PlayStation 5. I refuse to buy shit on Steam. I
あ
can't
や
stand
か
it.
しの入り混じる赤き怒涛は容赦なく我ら徳川を蹂躙。
If I could have bought it directly
なお
from
も牙を突き立てる。
Boy Tecmo or whatever the fuck their company is, I would have. I would have bought it on PC. But since I can only buy it on Steam, no thank you. Fuck Steam.
言うまでもなく家康様。太平を目指し、若き頃より先陣を共にしてきた。
I'm a strong believer that Steam is the reason why video games costs have gone up as drastically as they have. As
我が
fast as
身
they
な
have.
ど惜しくはない。
They were siphoning funds for 20 years off of every other developer that was.
I
I know the burst counter's okay in this game.
追ってはおらぬな。しかしあやかしを切るとはその
My
力
eyes are too big. I'm gonna have
我
to
らに
adjust.
貸してくれぬか。
Probably also just slant it. Probably angle it back up.
無事つ
I
い
don't.
てお
What
る
is
とよ
what
い
is
が。
MIG? And I don't know what that means. I've already bought it. I've already bought it on PlayStation. I mean, I complain about the mechanics of the game, but that's only because I don't want them to keep staying the same.
それにして
No
も
matter how much
竹千代
I
か
complain about it, no one's gonna see
殿
it
の
that
幼
way.
名と同じとは朽木絵にしよう。殿が浜松城にたどり着くまでそれがしはここを守らねばならぬ。殿を追って合流し力添えをいただけぬか。
Because every game nowadays is set up around passive observational defense, wait your turn, and then take your turn. It's every fucking game. Completely defeating the purpose of playing the game. By playing the game. You're waiting your turn instead of just actively playing the game. The only active you're doing is watching something and then waiting for an opportune moment that's predictable, and then you'll play. That's a shit game design, and that's what every game is designed around right now. And I could be wrong. Maybe every game back in the day was designed around that, but we used to not play it that way. So it seems like it's drastically gotten out of hand because of people's passive observational exploit. I'm supposed to sit back and study this, and then once I've mastered and studied it, then I play it. And then complain to the developers how stale it is after I've found the flow chart that guarantees me a victory every single time. Instead of just playing the fucking game. That's why I don't like archetypes. That's why I don't like the fact they split ninja and samurai off the way they did, because now you mid-max meta and you mid-max meta. You're tanking, you switch to samurai. You DPS, you switch to fucking ninja. That type of shit. You've just gone farther into mid-max metaing than it was before, which you could hybrid out if you knew what you were doing. I don't know. It's hard to explain. No one agrees with me when I try to explain it, so clearly I'm not explaining it the right way. But most of the time I'm dealing with people that love the defensive exploitation, and I can't stand the defensive exploitation. I understand the merit of it. The merit of defense exploitation helps balance offense properly. But it gets to a point to where it becomes extraordinarily static and stale because of it. Because I can't animation cancel all of my moves. I'm stuck in animation lock. I should be able to dodge cancel out of everything because I have a stamina bar. There's no reason to give me another soft lock on the already hard fucking... You're giving me a hard cap of a stamina bar. And then you give me a soft lock of not being able to animation cancel after wasting that stamina. Doesn't make sense. If there was no stamina bar, then it would make sense I could not animation cancel anything. If there was no stamina bar. But because there's a stamina bar, I should be able to animation cancel everything. With anything. It doesn't fucking matter what it is. It's just my opinion, because I've wasted that stamina. I can't get it back, so if I hit the button, right, as soon as I press the button, the stamina's gone. Right, before I even finish my swing, right? I start my swing and it's gone. Which means if I dodge, I'll cancel the swing, I won't get the damage for it, and I'll lose that stamina still, which means I'll lose extra stamina on top of that. It makes absolutely no sense to not allow animation canceling when there's a stamina bar. It makes no fucking sense. It creates a very still turn-based system that's exploitable with repetition. I got the deluxe digital version. I believe that's what I got. I don't know how to... Yeah, how about this one? Like I said, I don't mind supporting it, but I'm gonna bitch and complain about shit that I think is stupid. Sorry, I need to buy this too, but and I want to go out and buy the physical copy of it just in case the servers go down. I would assume I could play it offline if I have a physical copy.
道がわからぬと、その丘を登れば見渡せるであろう。
忠勝のことは覚えておるか。あれで随分子供好きでの幼少の頃のお主にせがまれ肩車しておったものよ。
Oh, I know. I read it when I launched the game. It said that it was online only. But that'll change when the game actually launches. I believe that's correct, yes. Or at least that's how I read it. Day one patch for what? Right. Yeah, but which issues specifically do you think need the most attention?
を覆う異形。江戸に現れたものと似ておらんか。傍らに見えるのが浜松城じゃな。気は進まぬが近づくしかなさそうじゃの。
I haven't noticed anything bad, or at least too bad, yet. Are you playing on PS5 or PC? Are you on a regular PlayStation 5 or are you on a Pro? I'm on a Pro. I don't notice a problem on the Pro.
ジョーカが丸ごと飲まれた。中にいる皆は無事なのか。
研鑽を重ねた我が剣技、誰にも伝えられず野に果てようとは。
I'm not sure. I said it. I prioritize frame rate. I always prioritize frame rate. Was there a graphical setting? I didn't know there was a graphical setting. Maybe it's because you're on a base PlayStation 5. That is a little problematic. If the frame rate's suffering on a regular PS5 and not on a Pro, that's pretty fucked up. They should have optimized it a little bit better. Which means they have way too much shadows, they have way too much visual effects, there's grass on the ground and shit. So it sounds like they really need to allow for people to turn down shadows and stuff. Textures and things like that. That's why I don't like PC. I mean, PC is good. Don't get me wrong. PC is neat and stuff. You can fuck with things, but the fact... Sorry, I was trying to find a cable. The fact that you have to fuck with all the settings properly. It's not... PC's not plug and play. That's the problem with PC. That's why I prefer console over PC. It's plug and play. Plug it in and turn it on and you're good. Most of the time. That's of course the developers don't optimize it right. PC, every rig is different, so you have to go in and start adjusting settings and stuff. So you're gonna have shit frame rate and all kinds of stuff because you don't know what you need to turn on and turn off. If you're on PC and you turn everything on low and you're still having, like, if you said, because you're saying PC people are having issues. If they log into the game and then they turn everything on low and they don't have anything turned on and they're still having issues, then that's a problem with the game that the developers need to fix. Because if you turn everything off, all your graphics, if you turn all the graphical settings down or off, you shouldn't have any problem running the game on any system. Well, on any system that has recommended specs. Yeah, I was reading that they don't have crossplay with PC. That does kind of suck. But like I said, I'm against Steam anyway, so I don't personally care. I don't like Steam. I can't stand Steam. Steam, Discord, and Reddit. I can't fucking stand those three things. I use them when I have to, not because I want to. And Reddit, I never use Reddit, or at least I do my best never to use Reddit. I don't think there's any crossplay. Is this even... I don't even know if this... Did this come out on... Hold up. I don't even think this came out on Xbox. Maybe it did. That's a 6 months exclusive to PlayStation 5, so it's not even coming out on Xbox for 6 months. It is launching on Steam, but it's not going to be cross-platform at launch, which is fine with me. Like I said, I can't stand Steam. I cannot stand it. I can't stand Steam. So maybe in 6 months it'll be cross-platform. Maybe. Because they didn't say they weren't going to do it. I think when I was reading it, they made it sound like it's just, they said it's not happening at launch. Right? I don't know if they're going to do crossplay. I just know, all I know is it says that it's going to be a 6 months console exclusive for PlayStation. Or at least that's what they're saying. And then it'll come out on Xbox. I mean, it is kind of bogus that it's not cross-platform, but... Or, yeah, cross-play. Cross-platform. But... PC people at least get it. You know, it's not a whole Bloodborne fiasco, so hey. I still think it's stupid. Funding Steam, I think it's stupid. Oh, look back here. Damn it. What should I have? 1,000, 2,000, I'd still be a little short. Oh, no, wait, I have this one too, so. How many did it say I need? 3,000? I was hoping it knocked me down far enough. I thought you got green at 75, but apparently must be 70. It's 2 medium pieces, 2 heavy pieces. I think. Or was it 3 light pieces and 2 medium pieces? I can't remember. It takes longer to get up there. You have to have more points. Okay. Forgot I need it.
ほ
We saw
う、
me
あれ
about.
はすねこすりじゃな。わしと同じ猫のあやかし。まあわしはあれほど丸くはないが、撫でてやると喜ぶであろう。
Figured as much. Led me into traps, Grandma. Not sure what that is, but all right. No, not quite. Or so. Oh, no, I don't have 400. I have
何事かよ。あやかし来るでない。
ほほう、小玉じゃな。道に迷っておったか。他にもはぐれた仲間がおるかもしれんの。
あれは的当ての的か？撃ち落としてみっか。
Okay. Getting gear is fun. Getting your character built and stuff. Fun.
やれやれ、はぐれた仲間は他にもおるようじゃ。助けてやれば加護を得られるやもしれんの。
I could never beat that shit, I don't think. If I remember correctly. Maybe I did, I can't remember. right, I think I'm gonna call it for now. I don't know. Pick it back up later, maybe tomorrow or something. I don't know. Until then, have fun, be safe, all that good stuff.